Okay. We're gonna make a video game today. So yesterday I did a playtest for the game and it went pretty well. So I have some feedback from that, which I put in remainder of March, I think. More feedback. Movement demo. Introduce roll then crouch. I forgot what this one was. It was probably something to do with the displaying things. So I'll just show. Let's show what the demo now looks like. Because I'm also going to release this for playtesting on itch soon. So we have the basics demo. Oh wait, hang on. The music's got funky now. There we are. Where am I? Oh, I see. The world has changed. Actually, now that I think about it, it would be best if checkpoints were based on the path. Hang on, I'm gonna move my mic. Because that way, or like a relative position from the checkpoint rather than an absolute position in the world, so that way I can move chunks of the level and the player will move with them. I'll put that in features. Because I've had that happen a couple times when I move things and don't want to have like the, don't want to make it a game-breaking incompatibility, So let's put that in features. Make checkpoints relative to the node, not an absolute position. It could be quite hard to do though, because when the player, for example, saves and quits, it saves their exact position. So maybe I just like have some sort of known good, like known reference point, and then it just selects the nearest one that you're relative to. But that could cause issues as well. How's it going? How's the medium? Capacitor? Where do we get it? Alright. So yeah, I've actually implemented some of the changes already. Oh wait, hang on. I'm gonna lower the volume still. It's building up. But I'm not building up. We need an even tone. But okay. Basically, one of the problems was people didn't know they could roll jump. So I've split the tutorial up in very gradually. So first off. Wait, what? Hang on. I explicitly fixed this. Hang on, I'm gonna get my laptop. I'm gonna be back in like 5 seconds. Did I forget to save like some sort of dumb bastard? Or forget to push my changes from my other computer? Let's check now, gamers. Let's see. Git status. No. I was in the wrong directory. Oh, yeah. I didn't even commit this stuff. What the fuck? Hang on. We need to close that. Then we need to do a git pull. Such is the power of the modern computer. But okay. The basics. So now it says while running roll. So basically, then standing still crouch. So it's basically trying to force the player to do both maneuvers. So like originally I was teaching the roll first, but during playtesting the player just did the roll automatically and then didn't even register the crouch. Because this was not as big as it was. So now it's like you roll under here and then it's like it's too big for you to roll all the way through. So it's like, oh, now I'm crouching. And so the player can probably figure out how to do that. And hopefully they don't, like, get too quickly through everything. I might need to put this guy separate. Because otherwise the player might... Oh, I guess it re-tutorializes it if you come out here. So yeah, while crouching, crouch jump. And you'll also notice that I've switched out, it used to just say, like, left trigger A. But people were confused as to... Because there's some moves where you hold left trigger and then press A while you're holding it, and then other moves where you tap left trigger and then press A after you've pressed it. Like, you don't hold them at the same time. And I tried to disambiguate by using a plus sign or a comma, but nobody knew what that meant. So now, it just says jump while rolling to roll jump. And so, to roll, so, it just basically teaches you the flow, and then it can remind you things like that, like left trigger jump, left trigger square. Oh, I just realized. So the next step, I basically put that guy there because players did not know that they could shoot that little switch, and so I needed an enemy that they could shoot. But he's a little too close. So let's start doing that. Also, eventually I need to make a devlog, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start putting my devlogs as a blog, and then have short videos for the rest of it. Hang on. Rotation. So, this is all here. Okay, there we go. I'm going to move this further back, and then I'm going to move this... What am I going to move this to? I'm going to move it to, like... here, basically. So whom is this? This is platform. It should go... Let's move this a bit closer, actually. Keep these connected to each other. And so basically, also, I'm gonna just put a thing here, so that way the player can very easily avoid getting hit by the guy if they choose to not get hit by the guy. And then the main thing to do... Oh wait, I guess it doesn't matter, because originally I was gonna have it so that you could jump from here to here, but that's not necessary at all. Okay. So hopefully that makes that more obvious. So yeah, we're here, we're awesome, we're epic. I should probably have this, well actually, it kind of just accidentally works. Like, you can just walk across the two. I mean, that's not really like a intentional thing though, so I'll fix that. And I also did a few things here. Basically, some people were asking about how the climbing works. they didn't really get that it was based on the slope of the surface that you're climbing. So I've basically put a few things here to deliberately try and show that. Like this one, for example. Well, I should make it a little taller. Basically, the goal is you should not be able to get up the surface if it is completely straight. You should get up it only if it's, only if you hit it from the appropriate angle. So let's just have these go a bit further. And then, where's Bug? There's our Bug. So yeah, it should be basically you definitely cannot get up the thing. Oh, but I need this to be a bit more. There we are. Okay. So now I can get up here. I think this area might be a bit too chaotic. Ah, well, I'll ignore it for now. But okay, this is another area where I've just changed how it works, where basically before you had to go down there and then climb back up that way. But now I've changed it so you can just jump this way to get to, like, the next interesting phase. And it's deliberately a bit more complicated of platforming and a bit more ambiguous, because it's meant to feel like you're cool for observing it. Because I think this way it's meant to be, like, impossible. Or at least unfeasibly difficult to do. Oh, what the fuck? Why did I... broken thing? Broken ledge jump? Finally we have like a consistently reproducible area where this... How is that not like... What is wrong with this thing? So I think it's something to do with holding forward. I don't understand quite what's happening. I think what I need is... I know what to do. When we snap to ledge, I think I should just not do the snap to ledge, because it's never worked correctly. Take your time, Godot. I clicked it. There we go. So we're just not gonna do this. Because I think, first of all, what's happening is when we snap to the ledge, we're snapping under it partially. Oh, we need to... Let's have the Z component of that. So let's do like vector 3.up times change.y. Okay, so maybe that'll help, because basically what was happening was the player gets moved forward a little bit sometimes when they jump on a ledge, and I think that just means that they're like colliding with the object, so when they jump, they get pushed downward out of it. Oh yeah, and a few things that I've also changed. Enemies no longer stagger when you shoot them, because it just completely negates combat if like they can't do anything, and like, because now they'll still attack when you shoot them. Oh. So the pistol is still very effective at combat, but not like a necessity, or not like a completely like I win forever button. YouTube playlist I see still doesn't work. I think it's specifically when I'm not shuffling the playlist. Like, it's too complicated for that. You know, shuffling it, playing a random video, that it can do. Playing one video after another in a playlist, it can't do. Yeah, so now the player has the pistol, and they'll presumably be going like, okay, there's a thing over there, there's a thing over there. Presumably. And then minor thing. This was a bit too hard to get to, so I just tuned it a little bit. But okay. So this also, I think, will tell the player, okay, this is a place that is, like, unique. There's something here. It's not just a transitory area. And then, hopefully, if they're shooting that guy, they accidentally hit this. And they're like, oh, I can shoot the thing. Wait, when did I change it so that the character still locks on when she's spinning? Okay, so those guys are working well. Working hard or hardly working. I still need to make the shield better, but for the playtest it'll be fine. And so this is another area where I think players were likely to get stuck. Because I don't know if they'll make the connection that they have to jump while firing this. Because there's not really any connection. Oh, and also I've considered making the pistol have finite ammo, but that doesn't really work for puzzle elements. So, well, actually, how would I make that work? Because I don't want to have to require, like, ammo dispensers everywhere. Also, I'm going to make the audio a little quieter. There's nice. I think also, the person I had playtesting was also quite familiar with platformers. Like, he instantly intuited the timing for the roll jump, which has been a consistent problem. Which was not with the new audio cues, or, like, the improved audio cues. Actually, did I do that on stream? I think I did. Just making the sounds louder and changing the rhythm so that way, like, by default... Let's see. Oh. You can hear that dot. So if you do dot. Like, so now if you just press the button in rhythm with that sound, you just do a roll jump, and you don't have to really think about it. You can do them much earlier than that, though. But okay, I think those are the two things that I wanted to do in this area. So yeah, and I think I've got the... I think that snapping is correct. Ooh. Okay. So git add player snap downward only. And then what else did I do? New task. Oh yeah, we don't need new task. Jackie's left-handed. Jackie meets people. Okay, so those are fun. Those aren't really anything, though. So let's just say other things. Or, like, areas, level, tuning, and then... What did I do here? That's not really anything. Let's just say... notes. Where'd my... Hang on. Oh, I know. I was like, where the hell did my to-do list go? Because of this. Or because of Git statuses and whatnot. Okay, so remainder of March. I say... I think this? No. Because what I did now was good enough, basically. So I just changed the... Or I just removed stagger. Let's see how that feels. Though admittedly also, the playtest only lasted for about the first third of the major level. Well, yeah, I'd say maybe the first half or so. And there were some trickier challenges next, but that seems fine. We now introduce roll, then crouch, necropolis. There were a few things here. So the main one that I want to fix is the lips on the doors and fans. Then, well, placeholder art is placeholder art. He figured out what it was. Though the... Let's go to the necropolis. I realized a much simpler way to implement the wires here. Oh, let's do a reset. So basically, this is not what I want anymore, because basically he kept accidentally like stepping on this, and then it would do this type of stuff, and it's like, this is fucked up. So what I'm going to have next is basically the wire just, when you stand on it, it instantly opens the thing. And then when you get off of it, there's a timed thing. So when you stand on it again, it just instantly starts it up again. So that way there's none of this chicanery with like having to wait for the blue balls, because that's not really the challenge. The challenge is meant to be, you stand on the thing, and then you like go there and like you just race the energy. And that would actually be pretty simple to implement in terms of visuals. But for now, I'll keep it as it is, just because, well, do I want to keep it as it is? That's not really, it's going to distract from the main thing that I want. Ooh, that's going to be tough, though. Because basically, what I'd really want, if we come up to here, let's put a... Thank you, Godot. Oh. I was pressing Control A for like several times. But okay. Let's do a path. It will be our parent. And thank you, Godot, for not letting me see like who I am. That's going to be fun to deal with when I have to do that. Okay, and then we do local. Path local should be somewhere in here. There we are. Wait, hang on, I know. Not that. Then just cut this one. Okay, so these wires will have, this is going to be mesh. And we don't need activation and deactivation anymore. So we're not going to have an activate time, we're just going to have a deactivate time. We don't need this. We're just going to have active and then like export float. No, wait, no, just var time equals 0.0. So we don't need this. And we also need onReady var mesh equals mesh. And we should have like an export material var inactive material equals metal for now. Yeah, let's just say metal trim. And then we're gonna have export material var active material equals preload. And this will be I guess let's just make a debug thing. I guess for now it could just be like, I don't fucking know, debug green. Just a very obvious thing. Does not match materials type hint shader material. Then fucking as material. Okay, and we don't need this. And let's just do like, if not active, set process false. Oh wait, no. What should it be actually? How do we do this? I know what we need. We need two different states. Export, or like enum state, active, deactivating, or like countdown, inactive, and then state dot inactive. Okay, so if state not equal to state dot countdown. Okay. And then actually we can just do like this, else that. So if the state is state countdown, time plus equals delta. If time greater than deactivate time, emit. So like, what should this be actually? This should be like deactivate. Set active false. And also, if A, wait no, so state equals state dot active, if A, else state dot inactive. And we don't need this. Actually, we don't need any of this stuff. Don't need this at all. Don't need reset list. We'll just have that. Oh, active equals state dot active. Or state, oh wait. Actually, so this should be state is not equal to inactive. And then on parent deactivated, we will do set active true. And then here we do start countdown. Actually, that'd just be like time equals 0, state equals state dot count. And then we don't need append marker. We don't need this. Okay. And also, when the material is active, we should do mesh material override equals active material if A, else inactive material. And eventually we'll not have the thing. Oh wait, but we do actually need the deactivate mark to run. So this will be let's do like activate mark dot hide. And then when we start the countdown, deactivate mark dot show, and deactivate mark. Oh yeah, and we also set process true. And here we set process to false. And here deactive mark dot units offset equals time divided by deactivates time. What's it called? This. Okay. So now we have a whole new world, and I think this will break basically all of the existing wires. But boom, active, and then inactive. Much simpler. And eventually I can make like a, you know, a better thing there, but oh right, I forgot the there's no depth test for this. So let's go back to this. Simplify that a bit. Oh. Invalid set material override on base null instance with type shader material. Let's just do for now if mesh. Because we're going to need to like go through every single wire and do this again. But okay, and now what it should do is it should also like delete this, for example. So now you can see, so you know, if I add some nice like transitions and like a nice shader to this where like, you know, maybe there's dark, maybe it like lights up the whole wire, but then it gets dark very slowly. I think this will be a much more informative like placeholder art. And it's just a better mechanic. But okay. So now we're going to need to go through every single wire, though. Let's go to deactivation. So basically just delete every one of these. Oh wait, no, not the deactivation, it's the activation. Yeah, we need this, not the other one. And then I'll need to make sure that I can like get all of the other things, which I think should be fine. I think basically it'll just be like, I think if I paste the thing, it should get the same like relative path. And then basically, because the mesh is just a parent of the wire. And for now, that'll be good enough. Eventually what I want is for it to actually be like a model. And the model will be like connected, or like it'll go along the side of the geometry or something like that. And I can have like some sort of cool pattern to it or something. You know, trianguloid type thing. But okay, if I paste Like if we go here, paste. I don't think I have paste. I don't think I have anything to paste. Okay, look at that. And I think now, this mesh... Wait, why does this have immediate geometry, all this stuff? Huh? What does this mean? So this should do mode path, this, that, wire. So whose wire is this? Dot, dot. Okay, so it's doing exactly what I wanted, which is it's getting the correct thing. Beautiful. And hopefully I'm not pasting those mysterious, like, immediate mode geometry things. But if we are, I'll figure it out soon. My life has become dramatically easier. And that makes that a little more obvious, but I'll live with that. In fact, these wires are probably a very good idea to have. Like, because it does the portal thing of, like, it makes it clear what the cause and effect of your actions are going to be. Because that's not, like, that's never been the question. Okay, so we're going to need to now go to each of these and say goodbye to the Moon Men. To our little wires here. Which I think is just some sort of, like, jank from, like, the implementation of this path mode stuff. But okay. So now if we go back, it'll be much more clear what's happening. And because I did not hand place the material, I can just easily swap it out for something else. But yeah. So, very placeholder-y, but also, I think, quite clear what it does. It's like, okay, there's a thing, there's like one of the funny little bead toys that you have at the dentist's office. Beautiful. And I think this is finally, I think this mechanic is like a good mechanic. Because I've always liked going fast in this game. I think the challenge is never particularly going to be like, how do I get from one place to another? It's always, how do I optimize my movement as best as I possibly can? And this is really like a thing like that. Oh, this is one of them. Okay, this is one where we have to wait for this to open, and then we do that. Okay. And now it's a bit more intuitive, because even though it's harder now, because it used to be that you could get in both, like, this signal would also just deactivate this wire. But yeah. Basically, it's slightly harder as a challenge, but more intuitive of like, okay, just get to the thing before the door activates, or like after one door deactivates. And now this also means that when the time is stopped, I don't have to like wait for the ball to go to it. Oh, this one doesn't have it. Why does it not have it? Wire? Whose wire is it anyway? Presumably this one. Thank you, Godot, for placing me here. I have to, like, navigate my axis in invisible space. There we go. So this wire does not have the things that we want. But now it does. Perfect. Isn't that just beautiful? Game don't work, though. Thankfully, frequent checkpoints. Thankfully, frequent checkpoints. Boom. Yeah, this is a substantially better, simpler, more performant, probably better looking, more physically attractive, better smelling challenge. Because now we don't have just a bunch of dumb little balls running around everywhere. We have one little dumb little ball. And I can actually, like, I can imagine how I would implement this as a shader as well, which is kind of important for, like, a game. But okay, the other things... Oh yeah, the other big thing. Let's save this. So we got this working all cool. So substantially better timed wire puzzle, or lip mechanic. And then, next step. Going to Blender. Making the bevels on the fan. And then just repositioning the doors so that the lips of the doors are not so prominent. Because even for this little placeholder area, I'm fine with, like, there being seams between things, but I'm not fine with, like, the player has to, like, jump over door lips, you know? That just seems like not good. So there's gonna be a lot of this. Gonna be a lot of this. Because, you know, I say that this is a placeholder level, but it's not gonna be that. It's not that placeholder. It's pretty close to what the final version of this is gonna be. Well, well, you know what? I'll save the lips on the doors. What I need to do first, actually, is do the fans, because the fans are way more annoying because they're in way higher, like, intensity scenarios. So, like, why did I design it like this? Okay, dissolve this edge. I guess this is because this is one of the earliest things that I designed. And so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to have a bevel. Do like that. And then I think here, what do I want for this bit? I'm not sure exactly. But what I do want here, move this out a little bit. Because I always position this sort of incorrectly. Actually, I guess what I could do, bring this in a little bit. So that way we still have some of the, like, we can see where the fan is, but it doesn't have a big tangible effect on anything. And then I'm thinking, delete these. As soon as we do, hang on. There we go. And I'm also thinking here, scale this fan down and then have it like collide maybe? Because he also suggested having that, and I think that'd be a decent idea. And also I'm thinking, what if I make these thinner? Well, the problem is that means that now this area has to be thinner because this thing is like connected to it. And do I want this? Well, do I want this to be all one mesh, or am I fine just having this be its own thing? So that way this has a bigger bevel, this has a smaller bevel. This is like fan interior. And also, something that I used to do, or used to consider, was having a kinematic body for this. So what I'm going to do is not have that. And then we're just going to have fan interior, collision. And then maybe the propeller should just be a kinematic body. Well, actually, I think what I'll do is just have this be a thing. Maybe. But okay, let's go to fan. Let's close all these. Okay, so now we don't need these bad boys. What we do need is the wind box now needs to be a wider shape. And I think now, actually, what I might do is have it so that wide is no longer a thing that we have. If wide, yeah, we no longer set this because we just set it like... It's just they're all wide. And this is going to be white metal. Or maybe this will be metal, the other metal. And then this thing could be like white metal, something else. I'm trying to think what I'd want here. I don't particularly care. This will be fine. So this thing has... Change the type of this to just a spatial. Oh wait, hang on. Let's go to the fan. Yeah, here. This should just be spatial. Because yeah, I've literally never used the fans as like a kinematic body. And then the real question is, how do I want to deal with this? I think maybe I make this actually a convex collider. And the reason for that is just to make a simple convex... Well... No, actually... I know what to do with this. Add a simple collision-shaped box. And so we'll just have a very small little thing here to like represent this little bit. of like polygonal stuff. And then I'm ambivalent as to whether I should still make this have a hurt box. I guess I'll try it though. So this should be something that you cannot touch. Slide off. And shape. I think a really simple box shape again. And maybe even have a hurt box on this that's not time sensitive. I'll keep that as it is. Actually, you know what? Let's change this to an area. And we'll have this also be a thing that just does this, and it'll have the hurt box. And this will be a much less sensitive thing. It'll be like 5 damage. What's the thing on this? Yeah. 5 damage, so this is actually going to be time. Active, not time sensitive. Hopefully the player does not get double hit by this. Because I think what I'll do for that is, where does this blockade at? Okay. So this should block the player from touching the propeller. Let's make sure that that works. Maybe. Oh. Okay. So basically, these should... Oh. Oh, hang on. That's an issue. So I think we might want to make it so that the pipe is a dynamic object, so that way we can't save on it. And instead we can only save, like... Let's do that, actually. Let's go to... Because, yeah, I soft-locked myself. Didn't even think about that. But okay, so this all here... CO8, we need the pipe. Is the pipe just... Is it all one mesh? That seems kind of dumb. Why did I set it up that way? That doesn't seem real. Like... Okay. Here we are. This... Good. Okay, so that's a separate thing. So we can just make this a dynamic hard surface. And then what we'll have is... I guess that'll be fine. Actually, we should have then a save area here. So like right up here. Put this right here. And so the player should never save anywhere except for right in here. In fact, actually, let's flip this around. Put it like here. Okay. And so let's double check that this works. Basically by going back up to here. We'll first save and quit here. And then go back. Okay, we're saved here. And then when we come into here, so if we saved here, this would actually be, what would happen if I saved here? I think what should happen is that I go back to like the most recent point where I was not crouching. Oh wait, I thought that the, hang on, I'm clicking around now. Okay, let's go back to that album. I just thought it was over. Okay. Okay, good. So we're right here at the last position where I was not crouching. So that's how video games work. And then when we come into here, if I'm like here, and then we save and quit, and then we come back to the necropolis, I should still be on the outside. Yeah, right here. Admittedly, it is kind of awkward that Jackie's face is so, against the thing, but that's okay. Minor jank. And now... Okay. And now that there's a known good point, it spawns us right back here every time. And so now if I do this, and then... Ouch. Now if I save here, and then we come back, I should still be at the checkpoint. Perfect. And now, now there's the issue of the fan. We also need that little thing to have a thing. The little interior bad boy. White metal. Maybe like that? Or will that be too confusing in world space? No, that seems about right. I like that it's in local space, so that way it has a different texture, but not that much different. But okay, here, this room admittedly kind of confusing. It's not really like, it doesn't really look like anything. It's not too hard to figure out, though, that you just got to go back the way you came, because there's no interaction with the door. And you got a gun that stops time. Oh, the bevels are still bad. Okay. So I think what we do now, we come back to here. I would just make a cylinder again, but I don't want to. Well, I guess I could. Well. Alright, this isn't going to quite work how I want it to, but it's only subtly wrong. No, I don't like that. Alright, let's do mesh torus. Minor radius. No, major radius is going to be like 3.25 meters. Minor radius, like 4 meters. Or 0.5 meters, I think. Major segments, 20. Minor segments, 8. And then we don't even need... Let's do like 4. So that way I can still control the like bevel type stuff. Actually, I should have kept the old one. There we are. Okay, so I think you come to here, you go away, and then this is fan body collision. And then we do auto smooth. Then we're gonna have this be like 0.25. And so now the bevel does kind of the opposite of what we had. And I'm gonna scale this up the Z way. Okay, so let's see this in action. We go close all these. Necropolis. And eventually should look a bit more Necropolis adjacent, but for now it's not going to. So yeah, the next step really is to make it better. But okay, at least now it seems like it's not going to be super annoying to deal with, though it is pretty annoying to align. Okay, I think there's also, I just designed the radii of these like pipes wrong. But okay. Our goal, our mission is to ensure that the player does not have to, like, jump over. Ouch. Okay. And yeah, I think now... Also, I just like the look of the smaller fans. I mainly did that for gameplay of, like, if you get hurt by the fan, it would suck if it takes up, like, half the thing. But okay, other consideration is this area needs to be easier. Well, not actually easier necessarily, but more like... The feedback that I got was that you can't really do the fun techniques because it's too challenging to, like, do a roll jump from here to here. Because I can do it, but it's also because I've been playing for so long that I've, like, memorized the length of things like that. So if the player wants to do anything fun, they kind of can't. Also, I'm thinking it'd be nice if this were on the interior wall, basically. So I'm trying to figure out, how would I do that? I'd basically do, like, go this way, then that way. And then, like, attach right there. And basically, the interior wall would be useful, because then the player would always be, like, able to see it pretty easily. I think. That's what I'm imagining in my mind palace. And also, I think this is eventually going to be, like, where the actual physical mesh is going to be for the final version. So I might as well, like, start with that. You know, start with the final result in mind, and then, like, regularly throw things out if they don't live up to your impossible expectations. It's sort of like, I think, a pretty good philosophy for things in life, you know. They say perfectionism is the enemy of good, but, like, what if good is the enemy of perfection? Have they ever thought of that? The damn liberals? With their imperfections? Exactly. But okay, now... Oh, wait. Well, Yeah, because basically he found that the best solution is to just kind of just play it straight like this. Don't do anything too crazy. Don't do anything too, like, fun. Because, like, he tried that skip a few times, and it's just... The timing is so precise on roll jumping to and from these things that it's, like, impossible. I can't believe I didn't think to do it this way at first. Well, I guess I kind of did try something similar, but I just couldn't figure it out. I guess that's how it goes. You try the simple solution, you don't know how to do it, then you make just a complicated solution, and then you realize how the simple solution should work, so you do that instead. This is also one that's probably a bit too hard. I mean, he got it in the end. I think this particular climb here is just a bit janky, though. Maybe I should have the platform directly underneath it, so that way you don't have to, like, climb, like, around this thing. Because I gotta remember, I can just add, like, harder levels. Oh yeah, he hit this bug a few times. Because, yeah, it's very easy to not trigger the water. Alrighty. Also, I should see how the pistols fare. Oh yeah, and another thing. I think I fixed it now. Yeah, okay. Now the camera correctly orients to the direction that the player was looking as they saved. Yeah, okay. So now if you're like going this way, it turned out it was just one, I just flipped a negative sign. So yeah, now the camera faces the direction the player was looking, or like running in at least, when they saved. Which in the end, I might still change to be like a hard-coded position for each checkpoint. Actually, hang on. I'm going to try what he did, which was to just stand up here and snipe them. Because now I think, because they don't stagger, they should be able to actually, like, shoot him. Well, not really. Yeah. Still a pretty powerful strategy for getting all these guys. I may want to just... I was thinking about this. I may want to just swap the pistol out for something shorter range. Actually, now that I say it like that, because originally I was thinking a grappling hook, like a short-range grappling hook, but I realized that has too much overlap with the other weapons that you get, where it just, like, you know, it makes you go higher and farther. And that's cool, but it's also, like, too similar. Well, yeah, it's either that or a sawn-off shotgun. That was my alternative thought that I just thought of now. So that way, like, there's a reason that you can't, like, shoot these guys over here. Though I do really like the C96. It's just a cool-looking pistol, so it'd be unfortunate to lose it, just because it's horribly unbalanced. But yeah, now these guys are actually still a threat if you're shooting them with a pistol. It's just not much of a threat. In fact, what if I made it so they barely... I'm trying to think of, like... What would I want with these? Wait, who won? Who's next? Oh, that guy. And we got a peaceful blue. Yeah, I really like how these are. I mean, admittedly, I'm just patting myself on the back for, like, doing the doing the obviously correct thing. But it wasn't obvious to me at first. I keep getting hurt by the fans. Oh yeah, also the fans have kind of an inconsistent velocity, so I need to figure out how to deal with that, because he got flung by the fan especially far, and then he thought that he was able to do that regularly. But maybe having the wires from the buttons will also help. Yeah, those are still... It's still just off-center. That door, I think, is what's off-center. Hang on. Where's Blender? Whom are we? I think this. This is whom we are. No. Yes? Yes. Okay. So grab this. Cursor to selected. Selection to cursor. Is this really... So this is aligned? Is it because this side is not centered? So if we go to... So item, median, XYZ. I mean, it does seem like this is not... Oh, I see. It's because this thing is all one piece, so it's all messed up anyway. I think honestly what I'd like is for this piece to be separated. So this will be... center of mass volume. So that's loopback zone. And this is loopback zone 2, I think. 2. And this should also have center of mass, so that way we can make sure... Is this 0? It is. So this is centered on this thing's, like, thing. And see, now we have much more manageable little bite-sized pieces. Okay, what was I doing? What was the actual thing? Fix lips on doors, fix lips on fans. Yeah, let's go through the doors, I guess. That's our job now. Yeah, I guess what I'll do is just make sure that, like, it's always, like, flush, like that. Even if there's some seams, I'd rather have visual seams than gameplay seams. You know what I mean? Especially for this play test, because it's, you know, a play test, not a visual test. Oh yeah, and I was talking about this area. We need some more platforms and things. I'll figure out what I want to do with that soon. Let's go through... Let's start with this door. So I can already see, from the very get-go, we have a flawed philosophy on doors. You can see the deep flaws. Because you have to jump a little bit. And that would be kind of annoying. And also, I should have made Ah, well, whatever. visual seams. The fact that you can see the little things there just means it's going to look crusty, which will reduce the player's sense of credibility with the world, but that's okay. Oh, I see. This door goes to something above that. Oh, and here? What should I do here, actually, to, like, make this look good? I guess for now I'll just keep it as it is. Actually, just bring it out like this, so that way it looks intentional on this side and looks like shit on this side. Wait, I don't quite like it. It's a little too, yeah, it's a little too crusty. I'll just do it how I did it. Yeah, looks bad. C'est la vie. Oh, yeah, and here I need what do I need? I think I need this whole thing to just have one material. Right, also, I want doors to look cool, so I want it to be like mysterious. Like, what's over on that side of the world? Do we go over there? No. Get fucked. Okay, and here, yeah, every door just a little bit too tall, or a little bit too high. For a newfangled sense of responsibility for the player's enjoyment of the game. Basically good enough. Ooh, look at this one. Yuck. Not good enough. Okay, so here we go there. There we go here. I think we're now approaching the doors that I've done. Yeah, all I ask for is absolute perfection, complete seamless perfection in all aspects of the game's design and construction. I should have made this a separate thing. Why did I make it, like, attached to the wall? Ah, well. And yeah, here we'll just do it as it does, and we'll just leave it as it is. A little too tall. And here, yeah, that's about right. Are there any other doors that I need to consider? I don't think so. I think here we'll eventually need to, like, make a thing for seams and things. I should also figure out if I want to do something better with the fan's overall shape, now that I'm thinking about it. Because what I would like most, I think, is a cool triangular fan frame with some sort of mechanism that can actually spin in a triangle. But that might be stupid. Because, you know, there are crazy, like, spiral gears and things like that that can move in weird ways. But I think it'd be kind of dumb, too. Yeah, admittedly, these do also look like shit. Like, this whole thing, not very, like, appealing. Okay, and the real challenge will be to try to figure out if I like how this area feels. Is there anything more? Are there any more doors? I think I got all the doors. I guess let's just do some more playing and see how I feel. Oh, wrong game again. Okay. Basically, the main thing that I want to make sure of is that the doors don't look like they, like... Okay, so this is about the right height. This is too tall. I'm a fool. A bastard. I did not properly scale this door. There we go. I think what I could do as well is just make the bevel wider on the doors. So that way there's a higher margin of error, or at least the bevel on this part. Ah, well, you know what I'll do? I'll just do the doors as I door them, you know. Anytime I sense a door isn't in the right place, I'll just do that. Also, I need a little checkpoint up here because it was annoying for the player to have to, like, do that multiple times. So I'll just put this here, right there. Move this thing right here. So this way there's a little checkpoint for the player, and they don't have to do that a bunch of times. Which way do I go? I think I go this way. I see. And now I have to be a bit more careful about getting into these, though deliberately not very high damage because I can't be bothered to, like, time it every time. But okay. Yeah, the instant activation makes this a lot easier. Oh, this place. This one might also be kind of fucked up. Because I might want to do a mixture of, like, square platforms and other things. Oh, wait, we saved back here? That sucks. Hang on. We need a checkpoint right there. So yeah, get this bad boy. Well, let's get a different bad boy. I'm trying to get out. There we go. Copy this and then put it as a child of this. So this is L103. There we go. And also, I'm thinking we expand this shape, make it unique. Oh, wait, hang on. Is this... Oh, that's the custom awareness. But okay. Make unique. Scale it up. That way I can do that again. Well, I've done worse. Okay, so we'll hope. Let's save and quit here. And then I'll come back in and make sure that that save is working. Because, I mean, it should, but... Yeah, okay. So now if we go through this... there we go. I didn't realize it was so far. Yeah, so you can see... I think what I want... Maybe more pipes. Maybe some pipes crisscrossing through this area. Make it look a bit more interesting and, like, intentional. Because that's my big problem with these areas. Like, these particular gauntlets. This and the level 10 room. Oh. They're having fun. Next video in the playlist, as I will manually do it. And I will manually reset it. Because YouTube can't tell the difference between me, like, clicking through a video to see, like, the sounds, or to get a feel for it, versus me listening to it and, like, wanting to resume it. Because, like, also, for music, that's not at all what you'd want. Oh, wait, hang on. I see. This area does not have the collisions and things. But okay, so why is this area so, like, off-centered? Like, this door seems centered. Wait, let's see. Fountain checkpoint. Yeah, the fountain also heals. Basically, it used to be there were only fountain checkpoints because there's going to be sort of like the bonfires in a Dark Souls type game. But then I realized this isn't really well suited to that. And so I put a bunch of hidden checkpoints, but I still like having an explicit heal point. Yeah, I cannot tell why these are off-center. Hang on. If we move this as a child of loop 2, or loop zone 2. So we have, what is this? This is loop back zone. Oh, I see. This area has been changed. Yeah, right now I'm only doing gameplay seams, basically. Because most of this area is going to need a visual rework in general. Because I also want the whole, like, layout to be more triangular. But okay, so this is loopback zone 2. Put this here. Change the transform of this so that this is 0. Okay, so this was off-center, which makes it feel like this is off-center, which I bet it is, actually. I bet you I can get this lined up properly. So this is door glass 03. So I'm going to attach this. We will reparent it controversially. We're going to put this into loopback zone 2. And what I can do then is, oh wait, I can't because Godot, or Blender does not help with that. Actually, I can do that. Cursor to selected. Selection of cursor. So that way, this should be now perfectly centered with that. Yeah, admittedly, I'm not actually quite sure what I want to do to fix the doors now that I think about it. I guess I just need them to be pretty flush against the wall. But okay, let's see if I can fix that. So now this glass door will not be here. Which means that this needs to be Acropolis, no, white metal. And then geometry, what do I want with this thing? This goes to 031? Oh, I see. Connect to 003, which is now above us, I think. Or below us. Oh, actually, okay. That could be kind of a problem, because now I think it's like down here or something. Actually, where is it? Oh, okay, never mind. It's here. On toggled. Okay. So now this should be as it is. This still works, maybe. Let's save and quit here, and then let's restart. I need to make this the sound not start up. Let's do that as well. So that'll be power thing. So this has toggled activate instant. And that should be if we go up to active entities. Lightning toggle, power thing on power toggled. Where's the sound that plays? Oh, it's here? What does this do? Well, we don't want that. We want this to be here. Because basically we're going to have shutdown audio. So basically, if not T and not instant, shutdown audio dot play. And now no signals connected to the invalid places. Or, oh, it's all controlled correctly. by one source of beautiful truth. Okay. So now our world is all scary and fucked up. And the player does not have very many options as to where they go, and the door looks reasonably centered. I think it's also because the lights are off to one side. That door is not... Wait. I don't get it. Oh, is it because they're rotated? Hang on. Is this thing improperly rotated? Aha! It is. So if we just remove the rotation completely... Okay. That explains that. There we go. Now it's all symmetrical and beautiful. Who knew all I had to do was, like, not have it, like, skewed? Okay, and admittedly, you can just kill this guy. Well, actually, what if I just make him, like, have a shitload of health? So I think these guys... Okay. So this is going to be by far the hardest area, I think, because of the tubes. And I might just have to change the tubes, because they're cool, but they also suck. Yeah, so that... Actually, what if I just make the fans in there easy mode? Like, we just don't have them have issues. Or we don't give them any damage. I mean, then again, I got through almost completely unscathed, so that's kind of cool. And I didn't get stuck on the thing, so I think making that a lot narrower makes this work better. Hang on, also. The materials here don't seem quite right. Yeah, I see. These should be white metal. And maybe just white metal. Like, maybe slightly different white metal for this side. Because I don't want them to be too intrusive. Because otherwise, if we put, like, the... if we put the gem here... You know, now it's really obvious. It's drawing attention to itself. Okay, we'll just do that. But okay, we've now safely escaped our dastardly world. And we have our beautiful temp art for these switches. You know, I think I need to change the tuning on these a little bit, because they're so lenient now with that, like, easing, that it looks like they don't even close for a little bit, so the player might not realize what's happening. So let's go back to the door. Animation player. So these three all need this to be a little bit more like that. So that way, like, shoo. I think it's still not going to be very obvious now that I'm looking at it. It's like a half second. If the player's not going to look at it for a half second and be like, what's that doing? Okay. Yeah, I think the player will understand that. Do I want that to be... So we got this. Oh, yeah. This should be important. I think I'm gonna do... I think these are... felt fine. I mean, because... and they're also low damage, so it's more just like the satisfaction of getting through it quickly versus the dissatisfaction of getting hit by it, rather than like winning or losing. You know what I mean? A spectrum of failure. So put checkpoints after puzzles that are tedious on repeat. So that's something that I should do more, figure out that a bit. Checkpoints are a bit confusing. So I think this is a little bit better now. You know, I'm just going to say these are not as important because I don't want to do them. So I'm just putting them there. C10, easier opportunities for roll jumping. Put checkpoints after puzzles that are tedious on repeat. So yeah, these two. We'll just do a few more playthroughs, but also I'm going to... actually, let's say C10 and L103. Same for L103. Let's just have some, like, cool-looking pipes or something. How do I do pipes? I've been making a bunch of pipes with 90-degree bends and things, but it's so hard to do because I have to just, like, manually grab a thing. So yeah, and I think I'd like it to be a bit more visually chaotic. Also, let's make this auto smooth. Yeah, I think I prefer this. Oh, and then also make the water, like, fix the water so you actually die. And that'll just be by putting... In fact, let's remove the collision here. Where is this? This is in loop... Or this is in C10. Water. No longer have collision. Because I'll just manually put the colliders. Also, where's the origin of this? Oh, it's there. Well, I don't like that. I want it here. So I'm envisioning some pipes that come up here, loop around, go down. Let's try that. I think I'll just do cylinders. How do I make a nice little, like... Cursor to selected. So if I did Shift 3, Shift 1, Shift 3 again? No. What I wanted was basically to be able to, like, extrude this along normals, and then, like, for it to, like... No, to spin it, actually. And then, like, for it to look good. Let's do like this, maybe. So, like, maybe we do this, spin there. I appreciate that it saves the number of steps, but not the angle. But okay. There we go. Let's do that. Because what I'm imagining in my mind palace here is spin this. That wasn't quite what I wanted. Spin this. There we go. -90. And then like 12. And then I'm thinking like -30. I'm realizing the fatal flaw of my design here. This should be at a 90-degree angle from this line. Actually, what if we just did Alt, or like cursor to selection to cursor, do that, and then we did, I don't know, down a little bit, spin this by like -30 degrees. And there we go. Now it's a little closer to doing what I want. Oh, interesting that it... Oh, I made a mistake. Let's just hide these two. Oh, wait. What do I want to hide? I'm trying to hide everything that's going to be like interfering with my ability to see like what I want. Spin. There we are. A little better. Inner. So this, let's do... No, let's do 3D cursor. RZ. There we go. And then median point. Like that. And then back to 3D cursor. Because we're going to perfectly attach this. And then back to median one more time. Okay. That'll be close enough. Collapse. Smooth. And now you can see my master plan. Okay, and then another median point, or 3D cursor. Ta-da! Actually, let's put this one like here, so that way... I like this. Okay, so I should have probably named these first, and also parented them appropriately, but we can do that together. This goes to C10. So it's going to be like pipe, collision, pipe. Actually, hang on. I bet you I have something called pipe as already. Let's just call it that. There we go. So now we have a thing that you can run on that'll be much easier to deal with, hopefully, unless I screwed it up. Nope. Yeah, you're right. There should be higher. In fact, they should all be higher. Well, there is an interesting idea of having them be, or having some be different heights, but for now I'll keep it simple. And this also makes this area look a bit more visually interesting and cool. Actually, we kind of like... Well, would I like it like this? Because then it's a bit too easy. I think it's fine like this, actually. Because what I'll do is on this side, there will be no easy way out. And also, ooh, I could have some nice things where, like, some nice continuity where these double pipes come out to here. That'd be fun, but I'll do that later. If I feel like it. But yeah, now I'll force the player to do a bit more complicated platforming in this area. And they can go fast if they want, like down this way. Well, now that I've done this, it actually might be a bit too easy. I'll decide. But okay. Reset this bad boy. Oh wait, we need the item, web time. Well, I guess I could also use this as an opportunity to test, like, checkpoints again. So we have, like, this. So I guess I can keep my eyes out for every time it saves. So, like... Okay, right there. Seemed fine. Because it also loaded me looking in the direction that I was looking. Alright, also, door lips. Looking good. And yeah, more set dressing for those fans and things, but... Oh wait, what happens if I fall here? Oh, there's seams on that. And... I would prefer a checkpoint up here, I think. But yeah, the seams here are a bit too wide. There. How did this become this? Oh wait, hang on. We need this to be medium point. There we go. Wait, this is X on this? Oh, I see. Hang on. We need that. Delete faces. Push this so that, like, this is correctly aligned. Oh, wait. How would we move this so that it's consistent? I guess cursor to selected. That's good enough. Oh wait, but that fucks up this thing. Oh yeah, and the more important thing. Oh wait, there's already a save point in here. I just didn't, like, jump to it. Okay, so if I fell here, what would happen now? Confusing. I guess I don't know how I'd do much better than that. Because I guess it's also because I, like, fell and died. So if I... And also because I, like, came back into the checkpoint area. Yeah, so if I do that, and then I respawn... Yeah, that's the source of confusion. So I'd have to rework how I do, like, the position of the camera when you spawn. Which, I mean, I guess that'd be, like... It's about time to do that. But I don't want to. I think I might just accept some jank in the spawning. Well... I guess it's not an insurmountable obstacle, though. Oh, where the fuck am I going? Oh, shit. This goes too far. Okay. I've never had that happen. Let's move that, then, a little bit. Yeah, that's a good bug to not have. Okay, so if we set the effective range to, like, 10, maybe? So let's save and quit. Try it again. So now, if I get... Oh wait, I see. Something fucked up with Wait, I don't understand what I'm looking at here, actually. I don't have the faintest idea what I'm looking at, actually. What did I do? Did I change where this is? I didn't do that. What? Did I, like, sneeze and, like, grab... What the fuck did I do? This is not at all what I did here. This is bad. What did I do? When did I do this? So now it's like it's not even connected properly. What did I do? Is it because I don't even remotely understand when this happened, how this happened? Because it seems like what actually happened was this was moved. Oh shit. Did I, like, move something a really long time ago and, like, only am now realizing the implications of what I've done? Because I think I moved this and this. Well, let's double check. So does this... Yeah, this is in the wrong place completely. So let's try to put that back where it was. So I think this... I think the mistake was just these two. Yeah, okay. Because now this is connected properly here. Oh wait, no, this is just... Oh god. I think the source of truth is this intersection here. Like this. Because this seems like it's connected properly to this. And so that means that this should be about here. Like that. Okay, well, thankfully this is all work in progress. So let's just let's also shade this auto smooth rather than like whatever the hell I was doing there. Okay. And then go back to here. See the damage undone. Okay. And I shall hope that is correct. Okay, and that explains why I got caught in this where I normally don't. Well, I guess kind of. But now I've just changed it so that if you physically can't get caught in, like, the corner and shoved in. Oh, I see. And also, allegedly the music is still playing. I don't know if it got, like, muted? I hear the world's quietest guitar now, so I'll assume that it'll ramp up in intensity. But okay, and everything here looks a-okay. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, now I can just roll through those without jumping through them, which is nice because that'll give me some invincibility as well. What if I respawn? Eh. Okay. Now I think what I can do is figure out a more interesting way of going about that. So let's do like a note here. Because I'm thinking... Ooh. I actually like those wires up there. Because it's like, it's not obvious when the player is just in the thick of it. But if the player actually takes the time to look up, they're going to be like, what the hell is that? And it just makes this place feel more like a thing that is doing things and is kind of interesting. Okay. Oh wait, I didn't need to save and quit because I could just move things and have them hot reload. But okay. I am envisioning. We do not need, for example, we can have this moving plot, like a couple of these, like here. and then not really these, because these are redundant. So it's much more like, okay, just go fast along this little path. Well, let's also put one, like, right here. So that way, in case the player's a coward, they can do that. Let's see this in action. So yeah, and here it was a mistake to not have... whatever. So we don't even need the door. Actually, let's try it without roll jumping, first of all. Admittedly, now, it's so easy to beat this, I think. Yeah. I think we need at least, like, one roll here. Well, no, I shouldn't be, like, beating up the player. Oh yeah, there's no water anymore. Okay, so if I just jumped this way... I should have just more ominous black wires, just like dangling around. But okay, what I see here that I would like to change is I would like more cool stuff. I'm not sure exactly what I mean by that. Yeah, admittedly, I think I just kind of made it easy. Like, I didn't really change... And did the music just, like, die again? There we go. You know, actually, now that I've made it like this, I think you had a point about one of them being higher than the other, because what I can do is I can give the player the ability to roll jump from the high one to the low one without making it obvious that that's what I intend for the player to do. So basically, like, boom, 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 move them down. Then you can roll jump from this one to this one. Well, what do I want exactly? What do I want for... I think I want it... Yeah, I think that's about right. Just enough that it's, like, aesthetically appealing as well. And actually... Well... I'm debating if I should make them shorter. So that way, yeah, I should make them shorter. Cursor to selected. Look at that. Beautiful, symmetrical. No flaws whatsoever. And now what we'll do is I want these to be a bit more on the flip side. And then I'm actually not sure what I want. I think these here, maybe. Or maybe not there. And maybe we have some more creative things here. More pipes, more chaotic assortments of platforming goodies. Oh, right. I gamed too hard. I returned back to whence I came. Yeah, admittedly, I was thinking these Beziers would be placeholder, but now I'm kind of divided, because I do like having a... Oh, right. These need to be a bit closer together for me to do that. Actually, now, let's update the files, so that way I can just come into here and, like, rotate this. Where do I want to rotate this? I think I want it this way. Do like this. And then we come into here. Oh, we saved here. Okay. Reload. So that should have done a thing, those. And they should be slightly adjusted. Now they're a bit too easy, but that's okay. We always have the other side to make harder. What if we make this one a little lower, so that way the player is tempted if they're afraid? If they live a life of fear and cowardice. But here, they have to roll jump. Perhaps to this one. Or they can jump, like, over to here. And it'll give them, like, a more chaotic route. So they can either roll jump to that one, and then jump and jump. Actually, I'm not sure exactly what I want with that. Hang on. I should have been back in here. Okay, so if I'm here, I don't see the pipes. Oh, because I'm going the wrong way. Am I? Wait, what am I looking at here? Oh, I see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at an entirely parallel universe. Yeah. So I think I still do want these, like, here, like... that. And then we close this, we reopen it. Okay. So now it's back where it was always meant to be. Oh, right. My system is not actually as good as I want it to be. But alright. I can at least move some stuff around. But what I'll do first is use the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, nice. When I pressed next on my playlist, it simply did not play the playlist. It simply did not do... Okay, whatever. I don't know. Now we've got relaxing Elder Scrolls music. Hmm. Okay, so my plot and my plan is that I want this to be feasible. I want that to be feasible as well. The fact that, like, Godot accepts controller input even when the window isn't focused drives me crazy, because then I keep, like, wondering why things aren't working. But okay, I think I want that one to be lower. Or I want this one to be higher. And then I want that one to be a little closer. Well, I don't need it to be a little closer. I can just do, like... Basically what I'm envisioning now is perhaps one way over here for more skilled players to roll jump to it. Also, these have not properly reset their position, so let's just go back in. Okay, there we are. Okay. So I want to test out some more advanced movement here. Good, okay. So a lot of this can be skipped, and now there's a bit more of an opportunity, hopefully, for players to use the roll, even if they don't feel like they're super experienced with it. Oh wait, actually, I should double check that this area still feels okay. Hang on. I think I want them a bit longer again. I think I still want some more longer platforms scattered throughout. Like, maybe these two should just be, like, one long platform. And we'll also have these be, what is this? Metal. White metal. Not that one. This one, I think. Is this the right one? Maybe this one? Are these two... These two look... Oh, I see. One of them is just not clicked. I just didn't click it, I think. Oh, because it's at the bottom for some reason? I don't understand why it's up here. I'll just put it there. Take your time, Godot. Hmm. Yeah, I think what I'd like is maybe some shelves out here. Like, so that way it feels like there's a purpose to this space. Or, let's see, I'm trying to think of what else I could do. Maybe the player could go around the outside and then back into the inside. Like, we have some pipes sticking out here. And that way you could have like a... like this way. And then like you roll in from that side and you like get onto things there. I guess I'll try it. Okay, so let's do circle. And it'll be like 8. Hey, this is actually kind of exactly where I want this to be. Okay. Spin this 20 degrees. Negative 20 degrees. Is that what I want? I think kind of. And then we can have this down a bit more. Alright, hang on. We need to spin this way. Because now we're going to do 90 degrees. Negative 90 degrees. And it'll be like 3 or something. Yeah, that seems about right. Actually, let's just do inner. Median point. Oh, what do I want exactly? No, this is about right. Now the real question is, why does this not like connect the way that I want it to? Because I want it to feel like an intentional part of the world. Like this. Collapse. Smooth. Smooth. And this will be CP side, or CP10, C10 pipe side. Collision. C10P underscore side 2 collision. There we are. And so now what I can do is I can grab these, I can move these by this. Boom. And now they can go anywhere and do anything. So I'll put them like right here, so that way The player has options. They have the power to choose. They have the power to decide. What sort of things will they do with this newfound ability to, like, go in different locations? Only God knows. Because, yeah, now, hopefully, the player can be like, well, you know, I can't time it so perfectly that I roll jump off these, but I can get onto this thing and get some extra speed. Why does it not work? Why it not work? There we go. No. Okay. Fuck me then. It's like, what is it doing? Why is it always there's just some different thing? There's just something different that's just going wrong every time I, like, touch Godot. Is it this? Maybe it's that? It's like re-importing or something? Okay. It just didn't like the look of it that particular time. But okay, so I think what I would like here is perhaps trying to figure out what is the, like, fast path on either direction, because I want multiple routes and I want there to just be subtle ways of getting from one route to the other. And also like a bug. We should add more bugs to the game. And I think then what I'll do is I'll have this, like, come over this way. Well, maybe like this. Ta-da. So I think this might still be a bit too chaotic. I've messed with this area a bit too much now. Where would I want? Actually, I can just accomplish that. I have the power to change things ever so slightly. Move these a little bit. So that way you can roll jump from here, roll jump to here. And that's like the obvious fast route. And then here, there's the less obvious fast routes of, like, you want to be able to do stuff. Oh. I guess I don't mind if the player has to climb that. It's a bit more of an advanced movement thing. So I think now there's more decision making there. It's less of, like, just do the thing. Oh wait, hang on. I don't like these switches need to also be, let's go to standing buttons. All the standing buttons need to be the same level, which is about this. That's correct. This, too high. Too high. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, look at how high that was. Yeah, it should just be, the player should just need to stand, like walk up to it. They don't need to jump on it. Okay. Ouch. Did it double dip and double damage me? That'd be unfortunate. So yeah, I think the player needs to give more space for it than they might expect. Which I guess I can just chalk up to skill issue. And this is more just so the player can heal themselves in case they, like, stand on that thing. Or, like, in case they do this. Okay, and this is the next area that I need to adjust. Because this area, very big, not very interesting. Oh, also there's a subtle... Well, there's just a bug there. A visual glitch, so to speak. There we are. And now we can compress this. There we go. And I'm thinking, what do I want for this area? Let's use the magic of photo editing. Also, I have some chocolate-covered nuts, so I'm, like, distracted as well. Why is this not plugged? Oh, I see. I accidentally unplugged my thing when I was trying to unplug my controller. My back hurts. That's what I get for doing, like, 20 minutes of housework today. I should have done 25 minutes. But okay. Does the thing work? I thought there was a whole button that was like... Hang on. The X button? Okay, what the fuck was I pressing then? I wasn't pressing this button. Was I just pressing V? I have no idea. But okay, what I think would be interesting, it would also make it easier for the player to, like, fight this guy if they're not, if they don't have the pistol. Have some pipes crisscrossing at different depths and different, like, lengths. It's like you just have a pipe that goes from, you know, that just goes all the way around. Or, I think, another alternative, have it go like this, connect to this pipe, so that way we have, like, and I'll just put this as, like, it goes down. And then we can have, like, this for, like, it goes up. It's like, you know, higher pipe. And then I think, like, a similar thing of, like, have pipes that are, like, just interesting looking. So they, like, come off of this thing, and then maybe there's ones that go, like, this way, like this. Admittedly, doesn't look too good looking at this, but I think I'll try it at least, and I'll try to do it in a way that's easy to change. So, like, if I just get this inner, remove the solidify modifier. Alright, hang on. We need to do local coordinates, or median point. So, like, what I want, I think I'd want, like, a more, yeah, let's do vertices here. Do that. And then just, like, fill that in. So that way it kind of looks like it's supposed to do that. I guess we could have it come out like this. Yeah, basically good enough. And then, like, what is the next step here? I think there is some interest to this. It looks kind of dumb, though. So I'm going to fix this as well. There we go. And eventually even plug the seams. But okay, so next thing to do. A pipe that crosses the other way. Basically just get this. And then this will be not having a solidify modifier as well. And these two should actually be in L301. Oh, wait. Wait, am I? Oh, wait, no, this is L103 pipe. L103 pipe 2 collision. Also, welcome back to the stream. Center volume. Okay, so do I want this to go all the way down here? I think I don't want it to do that. Actually. Let's do a cylinder. What's the angle here? 66.2. I'm just gonna do like this. And then that'll just look kind of neat. There, like that. And we'll have little secrets all abound in this place, in this wonderland of opportunities and strange pipes and things. And there'll just be a guy shooting at you the whole time. I think if the player doesn't want to make this jump, there should be a less risky jump. I don't know where it'll be, though. Let's do one of these, and I'm going to do classic maneuver. Spin this. Collapse. There we are. Let's center this. Center of mass volume. I wonder if the player can get up this. But yeah, now at least there's some more interesting stuff here. And then I can intermix falling platforms as needed. Oh wait, pipe small. Let's call these L103 pipe small. Or something like that. For some reason I want to play Doom right now. Like maybe Doom 2. I guess that'd be useful as well for level design, because I like the level design in Doom. Okay, I think here, let's delete some extra faces that we probably don't need. And I think I'm going to keep this one, so that way there's like no subtle visual, like looking into the pipe. Okay. I think that's good. So then I'm going to start with none of these here at all. We'll go back to square one with this. And then all these pipes also need like collision 9 other thing. I don't care that much. Let's just put the materials on and then we'll call it good on like visuals. There we go. Okay, so we'll just intermix some falling platforms as needed. So yeah, the player will hopefully be inundated with projectiles. Oh, this is much further than I thought it was. I thought it would be like, you know, kind of a risky roll jump, not like impossible. Well, what would I want here then? I think maybe some pipes that go down lower. That could be fun. Maybe some of those kind of phone line looking things. We could put... Hang on. I think maybe... Hang on. We need these to be Alt-D, not Shift-D. I think maybe we get down here. I think you can climb up here, but I think I can do falling platforms then as well. And I kind of want to do something like this. Just have a trillion pipes. And eventually, I could even make that a thing that's not like that. But for now, that is what it is like. But okay. Let's try this again. I think what I want is a little pipe that's here. Well, what do I want exactly? Oh. Let's just put some falling platforms where convenient. Like, if this is what there is, I think maybe one platform here could be like a risky roll jump. I thought it'd be here. There it is. So if you can do that, you're golden. As long as you then know how to climb pretty well. Oh. And then we need our next step, which will be probably more stuff. I know. Bug. Bug would be good. Then actually, what if we had one all the way down here instead? I won't bother. So if we have this, and then we had, like, platforms that were all fucked up. Like, I'm thinking like, this. So the player has to jump and then climb and then jump and then get on the thing. Yeah, let's just try that, and then let's put something over here. So, like, if the player cannot get up to here, they're gonna have to do something funky. Which I think is, like, do this, more or less. Very simple staircase, very obvious. And then let's bring ourselves back to here. So if the player's like, I don't know where to go, I'll go down here. And then they're like, that seems scary, I guess I have to do this now. Oh. I didn't expect that, but... I mean, I guess we can climb that, so that's fine. I am thinking, what would I want instead of this? Actually, I'm gonna sleep. Rejuvenate our mana. Oh yeah, these platforms, these bridges are a bit jank. I'm divided on how to deal with those, because I do want them to be easy to walk on, but I also like the shape of them. Well, I guess I'm not in love with it. Hang on. What if I just make the bevel smaller? In fact, what if we go to those what if we make a new platform that's triangular? No, I don't want to do that right now. Let's just go to the what are we gonna do? Platform square? Oh, it doesn't even have a modifier. Oh, because literally what I did was... Okay. Let's make a cube. So, what is it? 3 meters wide? 4 meters? Okay, it's exactly 4 meters. .25? Not quite. Then we bevel. And then we delete this. Let me just call this platform. And then we go back, so I'm going to save and quit here. Platform square. Oh, why does this... Oh, I see. There we are. And this should be, gem... emissive. Oh, also, a subtle visual tell I want for the falling platforms is that their body... So this thing here is not gem emissive. It should be gem the other material. They're very subtly different. And actually, I do kind of want... Hang on, I'm also going to add... I'm going to add 2 bevel modifiers. So the first one's going to be that one. And then this one is going to be another bevel. This is going to be... weight. What the hell am I doing? Control... I'm trying to do... Oh wait, no, I see what I need to do. Mean bevel weight. There we go. And this one's going to be like 0.4 or something. There we are. So this kind of changes our way of life and our society, but that's okay. Because then what we do, generate a convex collision sibling. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, and now go to here. So let's see our beautiful things in action. Also, it feels like this area is lit differently. Like this... Oh, I see. It's just because there's a light. So it's physically lighter. Who could have thought? But alright, do I like this new and improved box. Well, the walking is more seamless, so that's nice. I think what I would do is I would just move it slightly. So that way this is not as big of a seam. Let's see, so which way is it causing issues? It was this side. Yeah, okay. I may just slightly adjust the shape of this room. Or, actually, I guess I could just raise this slightly. But yeah, you can tell, you can just feel the slight jank of that. Yeah, I'm slightly mixed on that decision, but that's okay. Alright. Which way did I go? Did I go the pipes or the... I think I went the pipes. Okay. Oh yeah, and I was going to slightly tune these so that they're, maybe a bit easier. Or at least that last one. I'm divided eternally. Well, no, I'm not really. I just don't want to... I'm just not entirely sure what I want with this place. Because I think it might be... I want this one to be a little lower. So that way it's a bit easier to get into it. So, like, let's try there. Come back to here. Oh. Oh yeah, I need to put the water in. I have a good idea. Move this one. So it's a little easier to hit. Because I don't want it to be... Oh, wait. Hang on. Strange thing there. Oh, wait. That was not the right plate. Oh, well. Okay. Whom is this? I think we now put the wires as, like, their own little men. Okay, but wire 1 goes from here to there. Wire 2 goes from there to there. 3 goes from there. 4 goes to there. This should be 3.6. That was my fatal flaw. Well... I know. Let's just slightly extend this then. Because I wanted the timing to be a little more generous on this anyway. Okay. Still divided also on the combat. Is it too easy? Is it too hard? Well, I guess it depends on how hard the surrounding circumstances are. Okay, now there's basically no challenge in waiting. Yeah, I do miss when there was a projectile that came out to activate it, because you had to wait for the door, or you had to wait for it to go before you jumped. Ah, well. Yeah, getting into the thick of it here. It's much easier if the player just snipes them first. Oh, did it die? I think it got shot and died. And this little bugger hasn't done anything. But okay, I haven't felt any, like, hitches. So I think this area is getting close to good enough for me to package it up and release it. Because, yeah, the main thing left now is just the visuals of it. Patching up the seams, replacing the temp art with final art. And then adding some more, like, interesting context, like lore things and stuff like that. You know, the blue helps with, even in this, like, dark red zone, the blue helps keep the context of the time slow, because it's a slightly different hue. But I guess not that different. No, actually, this is going to be a big question. Will the player notice anything strange about this area? Because, like, they have to kind of really look to see what's happening. Oh shit. Why did it not let me? Well, at least he came down with me. Oh right, the last thing I need, the water. In fact, I should put down So I think now the L103 is a little easy, since you just, like, by nature of doing the platforming, are avoiding the bullets. But I think it's fun. It's more interesting, there's more opportunities for little things, and it just looks better. Ouch. Where am I? Well, I'm in a hole. Oh yeah, I forgot, I have a light. I should probably re-tutorialize the light when the player falls. Or no, when the player, like, turns off the power to the building. Okay. That's surprisingly feasible. You know, I get hurt occasionally on it, but it's not that bad. It does feel way easier now that I, changed the whatever I did to change it. Alright. Let's get out of here. Let's go to the black market dealer. I was about to say let's go to the black guy. I mean, I guess he is black, but not, like, in the typical sense, you know what I mean? Oh, we have armor and stamina boosters here? Well, hell yeah. What does that look like? Okay. So now I can climb up to secret places. Well, I lost all my stamina. We gotta go back to the store. We gotta grind for more money now. Actually, when did I even get gems? Was it just from enemies? That'd be an issue if the enemies don't respawn. Well, I mean, I guess the player's gonna be playing more than just this one area of the entire game, so it's not that big a deal. Alright, let's get out of here. Out of this terrifying labyrinth. Oh, right. Well, we escaped at least. Is there a kill plane here? I don't think there is. Well, easy enough. Okay. I think the last thing that I want is the water, and then the thing. And then I'm going to release the new version of the demo, containing this area, containing the movement demo. And it'll be mostly for getting feedback from players just like you. Alright, so let's add static body. This will be layer 14. Shape. I guess we just do shape. Then once I do that, once I do this, I might take like an hour break and then come back and do something else for a stream, because that could be fun. I've had numerous ideas of like things that I want to make videos about. Well, actually, or should I work on the devlog? Because I'm now like 2 devlogs behind on what I want to do. Ah, well. Let's try to get these... Well... Where do I want to get these? What is the, like, biggest size here that I can, like... not have gaps, but not poke into this thing? I think this is about it. Yeah, seems good. Oh, here, the mystery of... How do we solve this? I guess I just put one more right in here. Primely inelegant. Almost devoid of value save one sliver that could not be collected from elsewhere. I mean, I guess I can just make it a little longer, too. Yeah, that seems good. Or at least the best I can do. You know, it'd be interesting playing Daggerfall. I played it a little bit, but I didn't get very far. But then again, I still have, like, actually, like, universally acclaimed games that I haven't played because I got bored of playing them. So maybe I should play those before I play, like, the, like, most divisive Elder Scrolls game. Since some people think Daggerfall is basically just garbage. And other people play it for like 1,000 hours. But then again, what else is new with Bethesda, so... is this, I guess this is good. Oh, wait. Yeah. I think that's about right. Let's go back in. I should maybe have a new game button from the main menu. But for now, I won't do that. Wait, we don't need to... maybe I do need to, like, play through it again. I'll just keep my eyes out if anything feels off. Oh, I just realized what I want for the buttons, actually. Or the standing button. I don't like the weird, like, pink carpet look that I've got on them. What they need is the gem not emissive. Like the other one, so that way it implies thing that moves. There we are. And yeah, I like that door over there. It just gives an ominous feeling of, like, there is a meaning to this. And yeah, very, like, subtle indication of the time slowing down. Eventually I want a machine that actually looks cool and interesting, but, you know, that does take more work. Oh wait, I see a thing that I could improve. So go to 05, what have you. These should be aligned with the door. Like that. Wait, what happens if I request a rescue? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. And do we don't get stuck because it's just out of the range of the thing, so we can't get pushed into a corner and just stuck in there. And let's say in the demo menu, a self-contained demo, and then a more advanced level from or an early version of an in-game level. Has no tutorial and requires advanced movement. Or has no tutorial. Let's just say has no tutorial. And so, hopefully, saying it's an early version, people will be nice to me. And they'll think of things that would be, like, beneficial to know about an early version. Ouch. So we don't need that. Oh, okay. I forgot. For some reason, I thought the gun did not make the time UI up above. But I think it's just I'm getting UI blind to it. Okay, so now we're at the water. And if I go in, I die. There is some jank in the, like, death animation still, where it does not fade properly to black. What if I just made it fade out when it did that? Oof. Okay. Do I need the TS thing? I guess not really, but I'll keep it anyway. Yeah, I am thinking in the future I'd love more stuff when the power is, like, stopped. Because, yeah, I think I can also just do that of, like... Since I'm gonna have fewer areas than other open-world games, it could be neat to just emphasize the changing of the world. Of, like, you know, instead of having another level, I just have this level again, but it's so substantially different because the power has been deactivated. Oh. I see the fatal flaw. Hang on. We need to go back to Blender. I didn't even realize there were pipes that do not connect all the way to the wall. Oop. Okay. So that's these two. There we are. Anything else? Any other surprises? I guess not yet. I'll keep my eyes out, though. And we can go this way as well, which I think... Okay, that's pretty reasonable. Alright. I'm divided on the glass doors. I'm realizing now that it's not clear. How should the glass doors look? I think the interior of the glass door should all be one solid material. So that way you look at it and it's like, oh, okay, there's a thing there. Because right now, I cannot tell that that door is open or closed. Ah, well. What if I start the game from up above? Like, before the entrance to the necropolis, so that way the player has some context as to what's happening. Did I go this way? I don't think I did. I've now done this so many times that, like, I can't even... You know. I'm certainly not having very many, meaningful insights, I guess. Because I can just do the level. But I will say, it's a big step up from the very oldest levels that I did, where, like, I just didn't like playing them. Because now it's actually fun to play through this several times in a row. Even if at this point it's practically just, like, automatically doing it. But okay, like, if I shoot you... Actually, it gets pretty difficult to shoot him. We may need to make it so the pistol does not... Yeah, I'm divided. Do I want the pistol to damage those? Yeah, you can have fun doing that, guy. They're both pissed at him. I'm trying to figure out, how would I do... Oh. Oh, I see. If I get right in the center of the fan, I die instantly. Yeah. Because basically it crushes me. Do I find that acceptable? I'll just say... I'll put it in bugs. Fan instantly kills you if you unstop time right in the middle. Oh, golly. He's excited. You know what? I'm gonna fix this bug. I'm gonna figure out why the crawler, or like, so drop coat, or speeder. Yeah, so like one of them drops a coat, the other doesn't. But for some reason, the one that... Hang on, do we have like a show debug? Let's do that up here. Yeah. Function show debug box dot label, or like box dot property self name. Box dot accessor self function state name, return AI dot keys AI. And then box dot property self drops coat and like health. Let's try that. So if I do... Oh, hang on. We need to pause here. Can I click a guy? Okay, so this guy? This is the one that drops the coat. But why is he not the one who gets the material? So if we did like drops coat, so coat get node mesh node set surface material blah. Does it have a... I just realized. Why? Why does it have a different... Okay. That was the bug. It wasn't any code issue, it was just... It was just he was pointing at the wrong thing. Okay. Well, now at least we have some diagnosis for, like, I can do, like, F1. Boom. Get that guy. So now, we have immense amounts of power. I love this system as well. But okay. He's the correct man. He's our man now. Oh. We have to resume the game and then we can... Ooh. Ouch. You know what? I think we definitely gained more than we lost with the instant, thing. I think it's just... I have a tendency of making weird mechanics and then making fun implications to the weird mechanics. And then it's like, it's hard to... It's sort of like the sunk cost fallacy. Ha. I love the infighting. Yeah, this poor guy is never gonna catch up to the speeder. He got killed by accident. The speeder didn't even pay attention to him. Do the health pickups do anything? It feels like they don't do enough. I'm gonna make the health pickups pick up more health. Yeah, how much do they heal us for? I'm gonna say... Well, no, 10 seems about right. Health pickup. Drop angle. So drops health, drop item health seen on instance. I guess that's fair. Yeah, the wires here are very important. And yeah, for the fan, I think I'm gonna chalk it up to acceptable jank. Of like, it'd be better without... Hang on, we gotta kill this guy from like a million miles away from downtown. But yeah, I'll just say, if the player's like playing around with the fan and like getting, like hurting themselves on it, and then like they instantly kill themselves, it'd be better if there was a more graceful way to do it, but I can't think of it right now, because that'd have to change how my crushing logic works. So I will simply not. We will simply enjoy the spooky ambiance in one last epic battle. And it's easy to get lost in here, except for you just go down one turn and then you just go there. And yeah, I think this is the main question that I have. Oh wait, no. I need to make it so that this has, Okay. That is, I think, my next phase of action. Make spheres good. Or, basically, cursor to selected. Circle. Let's say, like, 12 or, like, 18 or something. Just do S2. Or S4. No, S 3.5. Hang on, what is U? Negative 23.8. Okay. Z, there we go. And we're going to need to figure out how to unify these two. It doesn't seem that hard, actually. Also, I'm thinking do a mirror here, and we mirror along the z-axis. Is that correct? Is that what I wanted? Why? Oh, I see. There we go. Okay. There we go. And now, also, what I kind of think I should do, cursor to selected, origin to cursor, origin not to cursor, never mind that, but origin to center of mass surface. Volume. Hang on. We need to go back to school for this. Basically what I want to do. Mirror on X and Z. Extremely powerful move here. Let's see if I can make it work. There we go. Okay, it took me a few tries there, but finally got it. Okay, and I think here what I want is that and that. Ta-da! And then what I can do is we can push this out a little bit to make this seem hidden, but I kind of don't care. Yeah, I don't care enough to do that. What I will do is shrink this down a little bit to make this a bit easier. Oh, wait, no. That is the answer there. See, we have perfect symmetry. Alright, that's good. And then a bevel. And this will be like 0.2. And that way we basically just have like a little bit of a graceful thing there. I'm thinking move these a little so they're almost perfectly in line. Yeah. I'd say that's good enough. So yeah, I think our last question then. Well, I do think this last segment will probably be the weakest. It's very short. But I'll accept it. I'll love it as it is. As my own son. And what I'll put on this, oh, it's not even attached to anything. Hang on. We need this in EX something. EX to 2? I think EX2. Yeah. And then we just have this be like vent, EX2 vent collision. There we go. White metal interior. Let's do that one instead. And we're going to have this here. Hard. Perfect. Okay, so now we resume our epic journey through this labyrinth, this hellish maze. Okay. And so there is this way. Actually, I don't think I ever figured out if this is even like implemented or like properly balanced. I don't care. It's like it's kind of a red herring basically. And this is plenty obvious, so the player will use their big old brain. What the fuck? Also, the player's momentum should be set to 0 when they die. What? Oh, right, there's no void down here. Hang on. Silly me. Imagine all the bugs that I have yet to solve that still exist in this area. I'm in a hellish existence. Alright. This is not at all what I expected that to be. This is our finale? The UI template. Let's see. A lot of things could be going wrong, I guess. See, I'm trying to think. Why would a scene not show up? Is it hidden in the editor? Or is its parent that you're adding it to hidden in the editor? So I'm also going to move this down here. Let's do this. Beautiful. So now the player will die horribly if they jump down there. Where am I? Oh, I'm down here. Where do we go? Oh, okay. We're really deep down there. Okay. I keep making the same mistakes. It's a bit of a crapshoot if you actually can get there. And also, I think I need to make that a touch more powerful. I'll make that last fan just a little more powerful to make it, like, kind of a victory lap, so to speak. This should not be, like, the ultimate gauntlet. Let's say, like, 18, and let's give a slightly higher range of, like, 26. Let's give a slightly higher range. What position are you putting it at? That'll be the big That'll be another big question. Yeah, that's about good enough there. Alright. The statue is defaced. It certainly is. It doesn't even have textures. And I'm defacing it further with my greasy palms. What more do I want in this wonderland? Let's get outside. Fresh air. Alright. Here we are up at the top of the world. Okay, I'm gonna export this. And then I might just call that a day. I'm not sure. Let's do an export. Alright, let's save this. Admittedly, I should figure out a way of exporting just the scenes that I want. Alright. Some stuff here that I don't like, but I guess what I'll do, I guess what we have to do now is just test the export and make sure that that works. So let's do that. So what are we looking for? Jak 4, export, movement demo, I think is what I just did. Which one am I? Who am I? Did I not put it there? Where did I put it? Am I stupid? Okay, here it is. Playtest. So it should be basically the same game, but now we just, I guess, just see if it still works. Hopefully I don't have to do a full playtest of the thing, but at least now it'll have a high frame rate. Oh. That was jank. Oh, whoops. Those go back. Oh, wait, I already have this one. What do I want then? I guess I can get the last of the gems. So, howdy. Have you seen all those bugs walking around? Well, they don't walk, really. If you find them all, I'll give you a treat or something. Hang on. Skyrim has chosen to blast my eardrums with somber violins, and now instantly go quiet as soon as I went to adjust the volume. Imperceptible noise. But okay, you found 9 so far. Soon enough you'll have all 14. There's 5 more? Crazy. Where did they go? And why do I still have the teepee? Where do we go now? Ah. All right. Oh. Hang on. There we go. Okay. So that just got us a coat. Where do we go from now? Or where do we go from here, I should say? Well, he's just hanging out. I remember putting that there. That's dastardly. I remember someone actually did get all 14 of the little gems, so that was cool. Alright. So now there's only 2 more left. Where did I put them? You know, I betcha they're... I know one of them was behind here, I think. Well, now it's not, actually. So where are they? Maybe up here? I'm trying to figure out where the last 2 are. Wait, you should not respawn, I think. I don't think I... Oh yeah, I didn't come up here. Well, that explains that. Okay, the last 2 are here. Oh, I did not realize. Okay. I got too ahead of myself. I thought that this was spinning with the thing. Aha, we got the last one. Okay, so we can get the last of them. The Last of Us, the video game. So now we can go back up to there. Okay. Oh wait, we don't need to go all this way. We can just go this way. Okay. Did you find any more bugs? You found all of them. Congrats. Your reward is the satisfaction of being a real G. That stands for real gamer. That's a terrible reward. Well, that's your opinion. Enjoy the sun. What do we do now? Oh wait, hang on. I gotta go back down. We gotta do the quest, and we gotta complete the thing so that way I make sure that like the game doesn't crash when you like beat the demo or anything like that. All right, we're zooming in. We're zooming in. We're zooming in. Boom. Okay. Perfect. And also, look at that, a consistent frame rate. Kind of. Except for every time we, like, touch the surface of a ground. Or... oh, I see. I think when certain things come into view... I don't know. You did it? Alright. Yes, we'll do this. Nothing seems to happen. Drat. Maybe I need to talk with Armstrong. Perhaps we... It looked a little janky there, but that's okay. The thing in front of you. It's barely human. You hear the faint hum of its voice murmuring something less than words. That's all you can make out. Somehow this is more than you could recall. It's unmistakable. After all this time. It's good to finally meet you, Mom. Okay, and then Necropolis. Do I need to do... I don't think I need to test the whole thing again. Plus, this area is much more freeform. It doesn't have, like, the full structure. As long as the buttons work. Which I guess I can test. Like, I mean, if this works, I can't imagine the game would be broken. But now I'm afraid, because I have had in the past, like, things will break very suddenly. And I better figure it out now before I, like, go too crazy with it. Alright, so let's just do a quick playthrough. I guess it's gotta be kind of a 100% playthrough, though. Wow, that was crazy. I didn't even have to press the buttons. Alright. 100% speedrun. Oh. Well, we lost the speedrun. World record pace is not... it's not an option anymore. We gotta wait for the door to open. There we are. And you can still see the subtle bug with the climbing up slopes, but it's too annoying for me to fix. Alright. What the heck? Weird little bug there. Hang on. What the heck was that, actually? I don't know exactly. I don't care particularly much. Alright. Alright, and then boom. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the time gun animation, so that way, like, if you shoot it rapidly, there's like a weird, like, flicker. Oh wait, sorry, I just realized, like, flickering red is, like, the #1 way to trigger, like, photosensitive epilepsy. Like, that's what they do in the test for it. But oh well. Photosensitivity warning post hoc. But okay, so that one's pretty easy. Then this one, if the player wants to get this, there's now a more challenging extra path they can do. And of course, they could just fail it and then go back up, but... Alright. Oh. That'll be tricky. I think the pipes will be annoying, actually. Because of that, killing you instantly if you, like, start time. Because it's hard to judge depth as well. So I may want to have a more clear visual tell of, like, a spotlight that has, like, 50%. What I'm imagining is a light that shines only... Well, I have to draw it to explain it. Imagine there's a fan like this, and it has fan, and it goes up like this. And then there's a spotlight that's like right here as like a semicircle or hemisphere. And so that way it's clear when the player is here because there's a light shining on them specifically. So let's put that in here in bugs of like make a better visual tell. Do I want to do that now? I probably should. Yeah, I should probably do that before I, like, do the rest of this. Boom, perfect. Oh yeah, we need to get back up to here. What? What just happened there? Oh yeah, now you can just roll over that button, which is nice. Phew. I didn't even get time to reset my stamina. The way the guys flip around backwards is so stupid. Or flip around upside down when you're right behind them. That's one of those things that I really want to fix. But eventually it'll just be probably turning back to kinematic bodies. Oh. All right. You know, it's fun doing this fast. Okay, so Whomst is next. I smell you. Alright, there we are. Peace and quiet. Yeah, I don't know why he got flung so far that one time. I guess I'll just accept the possibility of it. One of those just acceptably jank things. For now, at least. I can do, like, another layer of polish someday. But okay. I'm just gonna completely ignore this guy. I don't know what happened there, but I did a cool dive. Ooh. Oh. No. I'm dead. Yeah, the respawn is jank. That's unfortunate, but... You know, actually, the lights kind of give a good sense of timing. But alright. We have escaped. We got 6 bugs. I think that's all the bugs in the area. Okay, seems like it works. Ooh, okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's go to Godot. And we'll do one more export. And hopefully, I don't break anything. But it'll just be getting the fans, getting an Omnilight on them. Well, actually... But what if you're on the other side of the fan? No, actually, I know exactly how to do this. Spotlight. So basically, this light will be right here. And, oh wait, no, I'm thinking, how do I want to do this? Because I have 2 different reasons for using the fans. One is to, like, have the ability to tell where the boundaries of the fan are. Oh wait, hang on, I'm gonna do... Where's the blockade? Okay, I think as long as the blockade here is, Oh, the blockade is here? That's fucked up. Hang on. Don't have that moved to a different position. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, what do I want with this? I think I want, not quite that, this. Basically, right in the center of this, you cannot be in the fan. Oh wait, no. No, now I'm really divided, because it's an insta-kill, but it also prevents you from getting double damaged by this. Let's put it like right here, so that way the light is still like there. Why is this? Oh, I see. Okay, so now let's go to... Oh, wait, let's do distance activated, or distance visible. Put that there. Go to our necropolis. And so we're not going to have any lights on the other thing, so we're just going to go light. So any fan that has a light, we will delete. And then I guess I gotta do another thing. But yeah, now you can see a whole new realm. And it should be slightly more apparent when the player has crossed the threshold of the fan. So I'll try this again. Do I gotta do a full playthrough again? I think I kinda do. And I think what I want to do also, we're going to change the fan color. I'm going to change it from green to a slight blue, a pleasant, attractive color, instead of like, just like stoplight green. And I think that is here when we do like light color dot, let's do like active color. Else inactive color, and these will be like I want aqua and then const inactive. You know what? I will do crimson. Let's go back in from the top yet again. Okay, so now it's a little, well. Well, do I like that? I think I'd like a paler blue. So hang on, we're gonna do color art like 0.2, 0.7, 0.7, and I'm going to do like 5 here. And that way it should be a pleasant, yeah, there we go. Not super bright. Well, do I want it to be a bit brighter, though? Because it is for gameplay reasons as well. Oh yeah, I forgot the whole, like... Yeah, there we go. Oop. Just barely. And this time I'm not even going to do 100% speedrun. That's how you know I'm serious. None of the bonuses except for that one bonus that I did. Oh, and I forgot to do the combat thing before. Ah, well. Yeah, we may want a slightly brighter light. I kind of want a bit of a purple hue to it. What if we did that? Or like 6, 5, 7? It might be too gray, though. Yeah, so let's try again. We'll see how it looks. A pale magenta color. I think the main thing is it doesn't really impart that much noticeable influence. I think I may prefer the like a sky blue color. Yeah, I think I do kind of prefer what I had before. It was color like sky blue or something, or Alice blue. Or aqua. That's what it was. Also, when you get the time gun, it should save your thing. Ouch. This area is kind of jank. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, I don't care for the aesthetics of the fan color being so obvious, but I do think it's kind of necessary. There we are. Someone's shooting off fireworks, I think. I didn't realize that was a combo that I could do, just that like 1-2 punch of that. Kinda nice, actually. But okay, I think here now. I think the light does help me, like, tell when I'm, like, past the thresholds. Admittedly, I have gotten hit by every, like, propeller, but... Ouch. There we go. You know, this room should have more doors, just visually, but I think that's fine for now. Alright. So that's lever 1. And now... Okay, there we are. Ooh, I need to, like, pull myself away from the computer after this and, like, rest my eyes for a bit, because I've been staring at it very intently. In fact, I'm looking off... I'm gonna game with my periphery vision for now. Yeah, let's see how much I can game in my periphery vision. I'm looking straight up. Off into the distance. Oop. Alrighty. Let's get this guy since he always forgets us. And then, I don't know if I went this way. Yeah, we got... You're just hanging out. Game is starting to die. I guess because I'm such a gamer, it's just crumpling under my weight. My immense gamer weight. Gamers are very heavy is the joke. What is this stutter? I don't understand what that is. Is that projectiles? What the fuck is happening? I really hope that that's like just an editor or a streaming thing. Alright, I did most of that from my peripheral vision, which is fun to do. In fact, the fact that I can playtest without looking directly at the screen is kind of a useful thing, actually. I think this area will be a bit too difficult for me to do, though. Well, let's see. Ouch. Alrighty. Beautiful. Ouch. It's too fast, I die instantly. I guess I just gotta be more conservative with it. Just like, chill, you know? Yeah, I think it's much better if they all have lights. Okay. That seems good now. Project export. Export this bad boy again. Okay, let's get itch up and ready to go. Because we're gonna compress this bad boy. In fact, now all of these screenshots are out of date. Tragic. How sad. I'll have to get a whole new photo shoot. But okay, let's do movement demo Windows. I guess we change the file. How do we do this? I think we just hide this. Upload file, movement demo Linux, or movement demo Windows, or playtest, or whatever it's going to be. Oh yeah, it's no longer D, it's this one. Export, playtest. So I think... Hang on. How's this done? Okay, close. Jak 4, export, playtest. Delete this. 7-zip. Send to playtest.zip. And this compresses really well. Like, it compresses down to like a third the size of the whole package. I mean, because the game isn't that big. It's like 270 megabytes. But yeah, it's nice that it like gets down to like 90 megabytes, I think. But yeah, we're compressing now. Beautiful. 96 megabytes. So this will now be playtest Windows, and we will have playtest Linux soon. That is a Windows executable. And that should be probably up above this. In fact, we should probably delete, well, for historical context, I do like having the old demos. Okay. So I think I'll call that a day, and I'll just upload the Linux demo pretty soon, and let's upload all that stuff then. And dot git commit m getting the playtest ready. Git push to those two, and then to the internet so that I can do the same for the other computer. But okay, then the next steps will be, I guess, just making it look nice. Yeah. Well, I guess actually fixing all the bugs, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start getting the store page ready, because I want to be able to build up to releasing the demo, and the main thing that's really blocking that is a whole bunch of bug fixes. So instead of doing those, I'm going to do the visuals to make the screenshots look good. And that way I can aspire to the level of polish of my beautiful graphics. But alright, I think that'll be it for today. I will be back on Wednesday with more video game, more graphics, more explosions, more romance than ever before. But alright, have a good night. See you later.